Oh, yeah, that's true. It's like there's plenty of seats up here. I'll be all in the first row. Hey. Everybody good? The time is 6:33. I'd like to call this regular Board of Education meeting to order. The first item on our agenda for this evening is the roll call for those Board of Education members who are present. Trustee Goodrich, could you perform the roll call, please?
Certainly, Madam President. Trustee Fields. Trustee Gainsley. Trustee Townsend. Here. Trustee Goodrich, I am here. Vice President Lee. President Hawkins.
Here. Thank you, Trustee Goodrich. Next, we have the acceptance of the agenda. Is there a motion at this time to accept the agenda as presented?
Madam President, Vice President Lee, move that the Board of Education accept the agenda as presented.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Vice President Lee. I apologize. Is there support for this motion?
Trustee Townsend, support.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Townsend. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Next, we're going to go backwards to make sure we invite the public and all those present for our meeting today to join us in reciting of the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next, that takes us to achievements, awards, and recognition. At this time, I would like to turn it over to Dr. Zachary Roth to introduce our guest for this evening.
Thank you, Madam President. Today, we're excited to have wonderful news that is happening at Estabrook Elementary. They're going to share their points of pride. We have the illustrious principal, Ryan Johnson, and his team from Estabrook Elementary. Would you please come at this time?
Good evening, everybody. Appreciate the opportunity to have my students speak on behalf of Estabrook and all the wonderful things that are going on there. So without further ado, Caitlin, you're gonna start off? Okay.
Throughout the summer, Miss Stacy Schwartz took the vision of Miss Ashley Patterson and went environmental. Miss Schwartz, the art teacher at Estabrook Elementary and known muralist, spent hours and hours transforming the library into a neutral space to support learning. With the help of some employees, Grizzly Learning Camp students, and Miss Ashley, the Estabrook librarian, the transformation has been completed. With donations from numerous paint supply companies, carpet guys, and stores from our community, the epicenter of Estabrook has become an educational hub for our staff and students. Pictures cannot do the space justice. We invite all of you to visit Estabrook and spend a day in our library.
My name is Mustafa, and I would like to say a few things of Estabrook. Estabrook English learners had excellent growth and achievement on the NWA, MSTEP, and WIDA assessments. 9 Estabrook students exceeded the programs more students than any school in the district. We celebrate these students at our first assembly in November. We will have a festival of cultures to celebrate all our English learners and their family.
At Estabrook Elementary, we proudly support a wide range of learners, including 4 self-contained classrooms built to meet the specialized needs At Estabrook Elementary, we proudly support a class, a, we proudly support a wide range of learners, including our contained classrooms built to meet the specialized needs of our students. In addition, we serve 122 multiple lingual learners, offering in targeted instructional to help them succeed, to help them succeed and academically while this is a tongue twister.
You're doing a wonderful job. You keep going.
Celebrating our language and culture. Students.
That's all right, you're good.
Our commitment in including all students and ensures everyone has access to the reasons and supports they need to thrive. This diversity and versus the learning and environment for everyone at Essex.
You're good.
Excellent.
Estabrook Elementary thrives through strong partnerships with organization dictated to enhancing student success and being collaborations with Six Children Literacy Network and AmeriCorps provoke critical academic and literally support Alpha and Alpha sorority chips and childhood hunger innovate power back food programs and services and students.
Insurance and atrocious. There you go.
Instructional need are met additionally or partnership with MO counseling and MO practitioner students offer essential mental health service and hands-on learning experiences. Further, to support network available to our students and families, these partnerships are vital in creating a comprehensive, nurturing environment for all learners. Due to the growing number of English learner and multilingual students at Estabrook, we have expanded our services to include a new grade, second through third newcomer classroom. This addition complements our existing grades 4th through 5th newcomer classroom, providing targeted support for students who are new to English. These specialized classrooms offer language-focused instruction to help students build foundational skills, ensuring a smoother transition into the general curriculum. The expansion reflects our commitment to meeting the needs of our diverse student population.
There you go.
Bennett Emergent, now in its 4th year at YCS, continues to grow by 1 grade each school year. Participating families and students continue to appreciate this opportunity that builds strong academic foundations in 2 languages. And Live just published an article today. It's a great read and good news for YCS.
Music plays a vital role in the development of students at Estabrook Elementary. Through partnerships with the U of M University Music Society, Ann Arbor Symphony, Eastern Michigan Theater, and the ARC, we assure that every student has the opportunity to experience live performances annually. These field trips expose students to a wide range of artistic expressions, enriching their cultural awareness and fostering a lifelong appreciation for the arts by integrating music and performance into our curriculum. We nurture creativity, critical thinking, and a deeper connection to the community.
Thank you again for the opportunity. I mean, they do amazing things there, so thank you for all your support.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I would like to just recognize all of the Estabrook staff, all of the Estabrook parents, and all of these outstanding Estabrook scholars once again. Could everyone from Estabrook community please stand up and be recognized?
Madam President, before they leave, can we get their name and what grade they were in, please?
Sure. So our first reader was Caitlin. She's a 5th grader. Our second reader was Mustafa. He's a 5th grader. Zaire, 5th grader. Zariah, 5th grader. Yes. Okay. Alan is in our 3rd grade Spanish immersion class. Haley is new to the building, 5th grade. And Kenneth is a 3rd grader. And John Carlo is also a third grade Spanish immersion teacher.
Okay.
Yep.
Outstanding job, Estabrook Scholars. Next, we have some more recognitions, awards, achievements, and I will turn the next two presentations back over to Dr. Zachary Ross.
Thank you, Madam President. National Custodian Day is commemorated every year on October 2nd. On October 2nd, National Custodial Workers Recognition Day encourages appreciation to the employees who keep our schools and workplaces across the nation running smoothly. Custodian workers operate behind the scenes. They are often underappreciated for the hard work they do day after day. These are the personnel keeping schools, office buildings, museums, our churches and other buildings clean and well-maintained. While delivering services and running a well-maintained building, they contribute to critical first impressions and the success of any business. They're the people we call on to give our brick and mortar businesses a polished look. They make our schools and offices look organized and presentable because custodian workers efficiently keep everything in top condition. Additionally, their skills save our businesses and organizations money. Their well-maintained carpets and our surfaces last longer. They ensure seasonal updates and maintenance help our buildings to run more efficiently too. Custodial workers make sure that our buildings are ready each season, and they make sure that our buildings run correctly. As a result, the buildings are safer and healthier for those entering them. They also free up time for the rest of the organization to focus on growing, for us to be able to teach our students, and for us to be able to care for others. The work is physically demanding. Depending on the position, custodial workers may work varying shifts and possibly in several locations. They may be part of a team or work independently. No matter where they work, this day recognizes their dedication and hard work. At Ypsilanti Community Schools, we honor, respect, and value our custodial staff, and we thank you for all that you do for our students, staff, and community. Thank you to all of our custodial workers. Also, National School Bus Safety Week is the week of October 21st to the 25th. This is every year is held during the full week of October 21st to 25th each year. National School Safety Week is an active and evolving public education program and an excellent way for parents, students, teachers, motorists, and school bus operators and school administrators and other interested parties to join forces and address the importance of school bus safety. It's designed to promote school bus safety, and school districts throughout the country are to observe this School Bus Safety Week. So at Ypsilanti Community Schools, we want everyone to join together to honor, respect, and value our transportation staff. We thank you for all that you do for our students, staff, and community. Thank you to our bus drivers, our monitors, and all who work in the transportation department. October is also recognized as National Principals Month, and we have many of our administrators here. I see you there. Thank you. Each October is National Principals Month, and we understand that they are recognized as an essential role and that the principals play in making our schools great. Principals are among the hardest working yet often least recognized individuals in education. Principals set the academic tone for their schools, and it is their vision, their dedication, and determination that provides the mobilizing force for achieving student success. Each October, the NAASSP, NAESP, and AFSA seek to honor these unsung heroes for their tireless efforts in pursuit of excellence in education. National Principals Month is a widely recognized celebration of the principalship, marked by national and state resolutions supporting the event, as well as acknowledgments from the U.S. senators and representatives and top government officials. However, the most important National Principals Month celebrations are the ones that take place in schools and communities across the country. At Ypsilanti Community Schools, we honor, respect, and value our building administrators. Thank you for all that you do for our students and our staff and our community. We value you and we thank you for your service. I see again several of you sitting in this room. So thank you, thank you, thank you. If you'd stand so that we can acknowledge you, all of the building administrators here, come on up. I see you. Thank you.
Thank you. It's an honor to recognize our custodians, National Custodial Day, National School Bus Safety, and National Principals Month. At this time, I would like to read a resolution to celebrate our building leaders. Whereas National Principals Month is a month-long event that occurs each October where school leaders are in the spotlight for their endless commitment to being principals. National Principals Month devotes the month of October to thank principals for all they do. And we celebrate these heroes of education and honor our school principals for their significant impact on the success and well-being of our students. And principals are visionaries who lead us in providing the best possible education to future generations, and we thank these school leaders for all they do. And an important part of ensuring that the students of Ypsilanti Community Schools can fulfill the potential of a bright future is providing students with a rigorous and well-rounded education. And principals set the academic tone for their schools, and it is their vision, dedication, and determination that provide the mobilizing force for student achievement success. The effort of our school leaders is tireless in the pursuit of excellence in education. And principals are a vital part of our students' education as they set the academic tone by working collaboratively with teachers and staff to build high academic standards, set performance goals, and utilize best practices for achieving those goals. And a secret to student success is a well-run school, and the key to that is a great principal. From leadership to teacher evaluation to student discipline and more, school leaders have an important role. And principals are leaders who work tirelessly to ensure the success and well-being of each student in our learning community. And great schools have great leaders. Be it resolved that the Board of Education of Ypsilanti Community Schools encourages parents, guardians, and our community to learn more about the contributions of our school principals and the roles they play in ensuring every child has access to high-quality education in a safe, supportive environment, and let them know how appreciated they are. At this time, is there a motion?
That the Board of Education approve the National Principals Month resolution as presented.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Fields. Is there support for this motion?
Support, Vice President Lee.
Thank you. Supported by Vice President Lee. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations on this special day for our building leaders, National Custodial Day, and National School Bus Safety. Let's give everyone another round of applause. Next, that takes us to presentations. And at this time, I will turn it back over to Dr. Zachary Ross.
Thank you, Madam President. At this time, we are very fortunate to have one of our special partners here with us. We have the Grizzly Scholar Program presentation, and we have Mr. Nick Valentine here with some of our Grizzly Scholars to present. So thank you, Nick, for being here.
Thank you. Thank you. Please allow me to start with a thank you of my own to two very special ladies without whom this program would not be able to be in existence. First of all, Dr. Zachary Ross, about 4 years ago, was in discussions with my wife, Rhonda Germany Ballantyne, who had the idea for this program. And with her support, we were able to start Grizzly Scholars in 2021, in the fall of 2021, 3 years ago. Thank you very much, Dr. Zachary Ross. That's not mine.
Nice music.
The other lady I would like to recognize for her tireless work in pulling together all of the logistics. And she's become known as Ms. Grizzly Scholar, but Ms. Julie Haynes. Please give her a big round. So anyway, 3 years ago, we started the program of Grizzly Scholars here in Ypsilanti. And we started it as a 2-year pilot program. And we started it with a group of 4th graders. We started with 20 4th graders from Ypsilanti, 5 from each of the 4 elementary schools. And these are the goals that we brought them into the program with. We wanted to provide a supplemental program to supplement what they already learn in school, not to duplicate it. Rhonda, my wife, had grown up in the school system here, and although she was able to eventually get into the University of Michigan and be very successful in her career, she felt that she could have benefited from exposure to more STEM, especially at that time. Young girls were not encouraged to go into that field. In fact, she was encouraged to become a secretary, and because she was a girl. So we wanted to provide a supplemental program in STEM for children starting in the 4th grade, because that's early enough so that they're not yet distracted in most cases by fads, social media pressures, and the norms for boys and girls that society puts on each one of us. They're still allowed to be free thinkers and be interested in things other than what is normal. So we started in 4th grade with the intention of committing to these students that we're going to stick with them and provide this program through the rest of elementary school, middle school, and high school. So that makes it a 9-year program. And the hopeful goal at the end of that is that they will be more inclined and better prepared for a college education, preferably in STEM or engineering even, and for work and for life in general. So we start in fourth grade, as I said, and we go through high school. And then the intention is that those Grizzly scholars who go into college, we would continue to mentor them as they're in college through one of the other programs in our foundation and on from college into jobs. The program is, you can read up there, it's student-centered, so we focus on the individual students and provide them not only STEM subject material, but also financial literacy and the opportunity to grow socially, in part by giving them opportunities to travel. And one of the efforts that takes a lot of effort from Ms. Julie is helping the students in fifth grade, along with any parents that are interested, to obtain their passports and then introduce them to traveling outside the country, first to the next door neighbors in Canada. All right. So as I said, we started with a 2-year pilot, and it started in the fall of 2021 and went through the year planning each quarter or each season for the next one. And then these fourth grade students between fourth and fifth grade attended a week-long day camp at the University of Michigan, who's one of our partners in this program. And the program at the University of Michigan is in the College of Engineering, and has been a lot of fun to watch. In the mornings, the students participate in the STEM-related learning and activities. And then in the afternoons, there are field trips to museums, to manufacturing facilities, to other facilities at the university, so that they're introduced to that as well. All right. Then in fifth grade, as I mentioned, that's when we work with the students in order to get their passports and take a day trip to Canada. You should find in front of you a wonderful trifold brochure that Ms. Julie has put together, which summarizes the program really well, along with some pictures of the various activities that the students have gone through, including the one at the beginning, which has all the students in their white coat, which is the way we start out the program in fourth grade. And this happened a month ago with our new class of fourth graders. And it's modeled after the white coat ceremony in medical school, and it symbolizes for us and for the students commitment to each other to work hard in the program and to help each other and to stick with it. And so these students who've been picked by teachers and principals after their third grade, they don't know what they're going to do yet, and we don't know how they're going to grow and mature. So we are making a commitment to help them start where they are at the end of third grade, beginning of fourth grade, and work with them on up to college. Thank you, Julie, for putting that together. So this is an overview, which you can see in your handouts. We are now at this point, we went through the 2-year pilot. So we had a group that started in 2021. They are now going into 7th grade. So they're in middle school in the second block there. And we have last year's class, which is the class of 2032 for their high school graduation year. And they're now in 5th grade. And then this year we started another 4th grade class a month ago. So the class of 2033. Once they leave, I'm going to try to go a little bit faster because we'd like to give some of the students who are here representing Grizzly scholars a chance to speak as well. But once they left elementary school and now in middle school, we've introduced a program that was formed by a consortium of school districts in Michigan called MAVEN. And the program itself is called Grow Main Street and introduces the students to 7 industrial fields, construction and design, which is the program that we worked on a year ago with the 6th graders. And then at summer camp, we did transportation and energy, and we actually designed and 3D printed EVs. And we went on trips to things like the Ford Rouge plant, and we 3D printed car bodies and built So this program will continue as they are now in 7th grade and then 8th grade. And there are, we want to continue to supplement what's done in the district and what they're getting in school. So we're flexible still as to what will, how we will go on into the high school program. But there are parts of this Grow Main Street and Maven program that we are seriously thinking about including. This is some of the equipment that was included in, including the 3D printer on the left and the car parts in the middle. Okay. So from after middle school, we still have 2 years, this year and next year, to go in middle school and then into high school. These are some of the things that we're considering in the program. So I think I want to close with my remarks and ask the students who have graciously volunteered and parents who have brought them to say a few words, to introduce themselves and say a few words about Grizzly Scholars themselves. So we have 2 students from each of the 3 classes. So if the 7th graders would come up, Miriam and Anthony. Please tell the board your name, which school you're in.
Hello, my name is Miriam. I'm in 7th grade and I'm a student at YNA. Something I really like about Grizzly Scholars is it's not only a great opportunity for my future, but it's an amazing and enjoyable program with its project and field trips and summer camp that really provide self-centered emotions and fun. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anthony. I'm in the 7th grade. I go to Ypsilanti Middle School. Something I really like about the Grizzly Scholar Grizzly Scholar program is the amount of opportunities it gives us.
We also have 2 representatives from our 5th grade class. One of them is doing double duty this evening, and that's Mustafa and Rosie.
Hello, my name is Mustafa. I go to Esherbrook Elementary. I am in 5th grade. Grizzly Scholars is a great opportunity for learning. It has fun projects. I've been there for 2 years now. It brings you to fun projects and lets you do experiments into there, and you have a great time and a great opportunity for learning and fun at the same time.
Hello, I'm Mercy Kirkeffin. I am a 5th grader at Ypsilanti International Elementary School. This is my second year as a Grizzly Scholar. This year, last year we studied aerodynamics. We learned about fingers and like flight and aerodynamics. We experimented with we experimented with things and learned about forces. We also had a fun summer camp at University of Michigan's North Campus. I'm looking forward to this year where we are learning about hydrodynamics and did an experiment on buoyancy. We will also work with Grizzly Scholars to get our passports and we will go to Canada. And I'm grateful for this experience and the opportunities that I get as a part of Grizzly Scholars.
And our newest class hasn't even had a class yet. They had their white coat ceremony, induction ceremony a month ago. So we have two representatives from that class, Nevaeh Townsend and King Robinson. Can you please come up?
My name's Nevaeh Townsend, and one thing I wanna do is find out how to do stuff in Grizzly Scholars, and I'm really happy to be joining Grizzly Scholars today, and I'm so excited for tomorrow, because tomorrow will be my very first day at Grizzly Scholars, and I can't wait to learn and see and do new stuff every day. Well, every time we come at Grizzly Scholars.
I'm King, and I would like to learn a bunch more about engineering and aerodynamics. I'm really excited to be here. And wait, what's the thing called? Oh yeah, the Grizzly Scholars. I forgot. I forgot.
Thank you, Dr. Zachary Ross. Thank you, Ms. Julie, for your help. Thank you, board, for your attention and your time. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you again to all of our Grizzly Scholars and parents and supporters of this great program, and all these future leaders that we see in front of us. Next, that takes us to our Ghana presentation, and I'll turn that over to Dr. Zachary Ross.
Thank you, Madam President. We are very fortunate to have additional scholars who traveled to Ghana, Africa this summer, led by some of our dynamic building administrators. Would you please come?
Hi.
Hello.
Good evening, everyone. So this is Charissa Harris, and she's going to speak on behalf of the group for all.
Good evening, board members and Ypsilanti Community Schools and family. I am Charissa, and I'm 11th grader in the ACE program in our community schools. I want to share with you my incredible summer experience in Ghana. It all started at Detroit Metro Airport, where I joined a travel group. From there, we flew to Amsterdam, then to Accra, Ghana. And let me tell you, the flights, y'all, they was long. Super long. But even though I've been on planes before, this was the longest I've ever flown. By the time we arrived, it was late at night, but the airport was packed with people. After a stressful trip and waiting what felt like forever for my bag, we finally made our way out of the airport. But all that stress melted when we were greeted by an amazing group of drummers and dancers. The energy was contagious, and I even danced along with them despite being exhausted. The food in Ghana was really different from what I'm used to. I was way too tired to try anything new that first night. but the next day I was ready to dive in and explore. One of the highlights of the trip was visiting various attractions, but the most memorable for me was the slave dungeons. Our guide told us that we were standing on the DNA of our ancestors. That was such a powerful moment that I will never forget. We went to a naming ceremony in a village. There were little kids dancing, and I got the name Kukua, meaning born on Wednesday. The markets were also amazing. Imagine walking down the street and seeing people selling just about anything you could think of. Shoes, towels, food, and even phone cases. It was a sensory overload, but in the best way possible. If you ever get the chance, I highly recommend traveling to another continent like this. It's not just about seeing new places, but about learning from other cultures. And Ghana really gave me that experience. And also a step on my passport. And we have a slideshow prepared for you all just to show about our trip, so please enjoy. Thank you.
Oh, boy.
questions of any of the students.
Any board questions? Let's give it up again for our scholars. Thank you for allowing us to see a glimpse of what you experienced. Mhm, mhm.
Thank you.
Okay, that takes us to action item number 7 on our agenda under student affairs, and that's the acceptance of a field trip request to Toledo, Ohio. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, Vice President Lee, move that the Board of Education approve the field trip of the Ypsilanti Community High School to Toledo, Ohio on November 12, 2024.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Vice President Lee. Is there support for this motion?
Trustee Townsend, support.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Townsend. Any questions or discussion on this item, board? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Next, that takes us to item 8 on our agenda, which is a discussion, and the topic of that discussion is safe schools. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Zachary Ross to introduce our guest this evening, who will share some information with us regarding safe schools.
Thank you, Madam President. We know that these times that we have a national pandemic regarding school safety around our country. We've been seeing just an uptick of just a need to just talk about school safety, and I just really appreciate Ypsilanti Police Department Chief Kirk Moore for coming today and just engaging in police safety, just talking about how we collaborate regarding school safety. This is just a concern that we have around our community and how we integrate with one another. And so there's been questions about how do we work together? What do we do to work together? And so I appreciate just him coming out just to have just a discussion about what do we do to partner? How do we do to communicate? And just to have just an open discussion about what we're doing in our community to work together to ensure that our common goal is to have our students in Ypsilanti Community Schools safe. And I think that that's the important message I think that we just want to ensure that we get across. And so thank you, Chief Moore, for coming out tonight.
Of course. Good evening, Board of Trustees, administrators, faculty, parents, and most importantly, the students, even though some of them have left. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today to discuss this very important topic about public safety. As a representative of public safety in Washtenaw County in the state of Michigan, I'd like to talk about a couple things surrounding our response, how we investigate, and the protocols that take place when we investigate incidents or alleged incidents surrounding public safety in our schools. Let me say this first. As a chief of police, as a representative here, I recognize how impactful even the threat of violence against our kids impacts not only the students, the administrators, the parents, and of course the district itself. So over the last, I'm going to say more than 10 years, we've had more than our fair share in this country of instances where individuals have taken the violence against our children. And so as a public safety entity and the chief of police, representative here, we've had to take a hard look at what is the best response for one, prevention, and then intervention in these type of situations. What we've learned very quickly is that we know the most important thing we can do in these scenarios is, of course, intervention. Quick, decisive action saves lives. And that is a fact. We have countless incidents across the country with the data, and that shows us exactly what we need to do. So I'm here today to talk about first, how we investigate threats, and then I'll tell you about the protocol. First and foremost, if we receive a threat to one of our schools or any place where there's a large gathering where we have concern that there can be an active scenario where violence and killing is taking place, we have to investigate that threat. We have to investigate and thoroughly vet that threat all the way to its completion. Now, that completion can be determining that it's untrue, that it's not credible, or in some instances where we have to make arrests. So we work together as a public safety body across not just Washtenaw County, but across the state. We collaborate with each other when we get threats. So an example is we may receive a threat on a specific school, and regardless of how it came in, it could be through phone call, through email, what have you. We track down the leads even into the night until we get to the very bottom of the threat. And we're able to make a determination if it's credible or not credible. Once that occurs, then there's where the communication takes place with the administrator over the district, and we kind of make a determination of what's the best course of action, or if there's any action that needs to be made. So that's an important piece. Now, in the event that we have information that there is, we get reports that something occurring in the school, the state of Michigan, under MCOS, which is our advisory body, which sets the standards for public safety in the state of Michigan, has mandated and provided training, and this is ongoing, to every person that comes into the profession is required to go through what's called active shooter protocol and MACTAC training and a joint response for an active shooter scenario. What we know is there's no agency large enough in the state of Michigan that could handle an active shooter incident by themselves. So we know we're going to have multiple agencies responding. And of course, we have to be working on the same page, on the same protocol, and have the same set of standards in that response. That being said, we get that type of information, that's exactly how we're going to respond. We're going to respond expeditiously, as quick as possible. And we know, as said before, that our intervention, we want to turn the individual's attention to us, public safety, and not to our children. So that protocol is in place, that training occurs. Not only did I go through the training, of course, in other states, but as I came here and received my certification in the state of Michigan, even as a tenured law enforcement professional with 33 years of service, I still had to successfully negotiate the requirements here in the state of Michigan. So we all have to do it. And it's not, it's mandated, of course, but it's something that we take great pride in. We want to make sure that we're proficient and that we know exactly what we're doing in our unified response. So it doesn't matter if it's Ypsilanti Police, Washtenaw County, it doesn't matter if it's EMU, it doesn't matter if it's Department of Public Safety, State Police, or any other entity in the state of Michigan. We all are trained in the same set of rules and circumstances, and we're all trained together. And so we know we have a unified front, and we're able to respond to these scenarios in the best possible way and end them very, very quickly. So I'd like to open it up for questions from the board, because I know you guys may have some more questions.
Thank you.
Are you
Oh.
going to it?
No, I'm not. I'm just opening it up to the board. Go ahead, trustee Townsend.
I think with these last couple of incidents that we've had, I think the biggest issue or concern that I have is consistent communication. One of the things that's very important in any investigation, now, I've come from a family of law enforcement, I've been an investigator on a bank side for several years, is details. And you have to be very clear and consistent with information. And one of the things that I have asked is that depending on what the situation is, the communication needs to be uniformed, and it has to come from one or two main sources, either law enforcement directly and or the superintendent's office. Because when you have multiple people providing information, you may mess up an investigation. And so I think it would be good to just make sure that the district and law enforcement have tighter protocols on that, just because I'm a parent. Everybody at this table is a parent. And when you have situations like we've had in the last couple of months, and now that we have larger exposure on social media, it's just good to make sure that we're providing consistent, factual information. Because like you said, lives are at stake. You want people to feel that the district is accurate in their information. It makes us look like we don't have control, in my opinion, when the information is not consistent. And so my question for you, Chief Moore, is how can we better make sure that our communication is in line so that, one, we don't create a problem with the investigation, two, parents and families are properly informed. I know we cannot give all details out, but at least so that people still feel reassured that both parties have their children and families and staff members safe, and that is a priority for us.
Absolutely. So thank you for that question. And I will say, the first thing I'll say to that is I completely agree with you. We recognize that over the last month, and it's been a little taxing, but the month of September was one of the highest months that we've had on reports of or threats to schools. And it's not just in the city of Ypsilanti, not just in Washington County, but this has been a trend across the country. So this trend has also, in a way, shown us some vulnerability, right, in areas that we need to improve. So as a result of some of the things that have happened just in the past month, we recognize we got to tighten up in those areas, especially surrounding communication, effective communication to parents, so that they know what's going on, and of course to school administrators. So myself, Dr. Ross, the Sheriff Clayton, also EMU, Chief of Police, and a couple other public safety professionals, we've been working together to come up with a legitimate protocol that we all can follow here in Washington County to make sure that information is flowing evenly and timely, right? Because we recognize that time is of the essence. And to agree with what you just said, when information is spread, by the time it gets to one source, it's changed 50 times. And now we have a much different and dangerous situation, all based on, no facts, right? Things that, just untrue. So one of the things that we're going to propose with, as we move through the communication piece is also a lockdown protocol for the school. And this is in conjunction with the school district. We want to go to a two-stage approach. And what I mean by that is there are instances where law enforcement may be operating in a vicinity of a school, and we don't think necessarily that the school is in danger, but we think it would be better if the children were inside the school and not, allowed to be on a playground. So we call that a soft lockdown, right? So in other words, we contact the school, say, hey, we'd like to put the school on a soft lockdown. Law enforcement has activity around the area of that school. So it doesn't mean that, the children are in, extreme danger, but we think it'd be better if if the kids were inside the school. That's a soft lockdown. And then of course, when a complete lockdown is where we feel like we have a scenario where kids are in danger. It could be an active shooter, or, the threat is such that it's warranted and we're trying to get there to intervene. So those two things are really important in the communication piece. It keeps us on a level playing field, and it also keeps the information. Now everybody knows, what we're doing. What's happened in, the recent past, we haven't had that protocol in place. And so the information triggered different responses. And so once those responses were triggered, then you had the large police presence. So we're working through those pieces. We're working with, with the superintendent and along with all of the rest of the law enforcement leaders, because we know we got to get this right, and we want to make sure people have the information in a timely manner, and it's consistent and it's accurate. So we agree with you, and we're working to correct that and make it much more a smoother and simpler process so that everybody's on the same page.
I just want
So-
to clarify, because I have a principal back there. We just called it soft and hard. So I have a few principals back there. We've always had in our EOP a soft and hard lockdown. It was just called something different. So just
Some
clarify.
verbiage, yeah.
Yeah, just verbiage. I have a few principals like, we've always had that in our EOP. So they're being people, they are looking back there.
So I-
It's just different language, but it's always been in our EOP, just
So
different
how are
language.
you handling that when?
The communication is what they're talking about. And he's correct. There was different data out there and they were in investigation. And so our debrief was not until the Friday after the incident from September 13th. So they were in an investigation. I can't talk about things when the police is having an investigation. And so I cannot share information until they're in the middle of a debrief. And so I appreciate them debriefing, but I can't give information that a law enforcement is having. And so there's still information from a debrief. And so the police is having information and they had a debrief. So they sent out, thank you, they sent out a community,
Communication.
a community letter. And so I don't have information. So we've met since then to say, this is what we're gonna do for community letters out to make sure there's clear communication for parents. And so I appreciate that at that debrief to say, this is important for our community to have clear communications out. And so we're
So,
working on
okay, so
doing
when
that.
The incident is happening at the school. There's parents at the school, say like a active shooter. Okay, at the school. Parents are at the school trying to pick up their kids. You're not letting them do that. So how are you communicating to them? They want their kids. But you can't tell them, no, you can't have your kids. Why?
So let me say this, if there is an active shooter scenario, okay, the protocol and the priority, of course, is to stop whatever threat there is, right?
Right.
And so the incident that happened at, our last incident, the timing of it all, of course, was worst case scenario. You have dismissal, then we get these calls just prior to dismissal. And so then we have parents not able, the school is on lockdown, parents not able to get to their children. And then they start making phone calls to 911 saying, active shooter. And then that triggered the massive, police
Right.
response, right? And so that was, and I don't know how necessarily to fix that communication, because there were, there was some jumps.
And I
You
know
know,
you
information.
have to deal with the active shooter.
Right.
That's your main goal, to keep those kids safe.
Safe,
But
absolutely.
the parents don't understand that. Well, they do
They
understand that.
understand. They just.
They do understand that, but they want their kids.
Absolutely.
And we have to work together to communicate. We're trying to keep your kids safe, but we also trying to get this active shooter. But it's not an active shooter there
Right.
that time. But if
Right.
it is an active shooter,
Absolutely. That's a dangerous scenario.
yeah,
And quite frankly, that presence, with all, the parents would only exasperate the situation. It would make it much more difficult.
difficult.
Yeah, it would. And so those are some of the things that we're working through. We talked about, what are the resources that the school district has for mass communication, right? And how fast, is that communication able to get out, to parents? Is there a paging system, where you can get instantaneous, information? So we're working through that communication piece, right? It's not a problem that we fix, right, like overnight.
Right.
It's not a, instantaneous fix, but I assure you, we are working together to find the best solutions and to plug into the right pieces. We know the school district has resources that we necessarily may not have. And so it's just, working out the kinks and how we get that information transferred so that we can communicate effectively.
And we all got to work together, parents and law enforcement.
Absolutely.
We got to work together and we got to be patient with one another,
Please.
okay?
So can I add to that? Because after that debrief, what happened, because we unfortunately had another incident that happened afterwards. And so once we had that debrief, because we did not know that there were calls coming that said that there was an active shooter at that building. So we didn't know that that was happening simultaneously, because we were on a different type of lockdown at the time. So that was not coming from I learned that those calls were happening to the police department. So of course I would not know that those calls had happened until police department told me that there was calls coming from that building that was saying that there was an active shooter. I do not get internal that there were calls coming. And so the police told me afterwards that there were calls coming, that they were told that there were there was someone telling them that there was an active shooter. Who would have known that? I would have known when I wrote that letter to parents. That was not known by the building principal till the police department allows me to know that that there were calls coming. Why would I believe that there was until the police chief tells me that that was calls coming to his office? And that's how I learned about that. And so afterwards, we were told then our building networks are, if there's something that we are told about, so then when that next situation happened, since the principal has to be walking around, because when they come, they take over the building. Our principals aren't in charge. I'm not in charge. I can't go into a building. When they're on lockdown, we are told we cannot get into we cannot, obviously, nobody,
Right.
parents, no one can go into the building. But if it's other people, because they are the ones with the keys that can go into the classrooms, somebody else from the building network then sent out through Remind to the parents that there was something going on and it was not an active shooter or anything, and they were just going around, and so they sent a message out. So if it's not a scenario, and we know, at that point, we didn't know.
Right.
At the situation at the Wise building, we did not know. They knew information and had intel that we did not have, because they were getting calls. We had no idea that they were getting those calls on that day. So central office did not know. They knew information. That's why they went in there like that. We had no idea. But on the second scenario, they were able to tell the administrator, hey, we're just looking around. We're trying to find information. They were able to then send out information to parents. Hey, we're in a situation. Everything's okay. We're just looking. So a Remind call was able to be made. So it's scenario by scenario.
Thank you, Dr. Zachary Ross and board members. My question is to you, Chief Moore, is it's really kind of a statement. Would you be able to kind of walk through? My understanding is you're able to pinpoint exactly where a call came from. Does that determine the level of response when there is a report of an active shooter? Could you just walk us through how you assess the threat and how you determine what the response will be based on that threat?
Right. So if we get information while school is in session, right? So if we get 911 calls from people reporting that they're at the location, I'm at the school, and they're saying there's an active shooter scenario, then that, we're going to send we're going to put out an all call, and we're going to have a complete response from all over the county. And when I say all over the county, it's going to be all over the county, all the way to Milan. I mean, across the county, you're going to get that response. Now, if we get information, let's say threats, say I'm going to go to school at certain time or what have you. So then that triggers two different things. One is going to trigger the investigation to try to track down where that phone call came from and who made the call. So that part. Then it's also going to trigger, we're probably going to have a conversation with the superintendent and the administrator at that school, and let them know, hey, we're going to have a presence here until we can get this scenario completely vetted. So that's kind of the investigative process. So it just depends on how the information comes in. The last threat we had, it came in through a phone call. We've had threats through email, of course. And so we have what's called swatting. Swatting is where individuals are using different untraceable lines, Google lines, voice lines with different, untraceable IP addresses to make phone calls into police stations and of course, schools and make threats to schools. So we have a hard time tracking down where that information come to. And it's usually we track it down and it ends up overseas. So in those scenarios, we know that that's not a credible threat, right? But we do, out of an abundance of caution, we still want to make sure. So in the recent scenario where we had threats, what do? We had an officer present at school that morning. And of course, I myself came because I wanted to talk to the principal, talk to some of her staff, and of course, talk to parents, just to kind of let people know why we're there. So that's kind of our protocol now. When we get a threat, depending on how it comes in, we vet it. But if it is an active, allegation of a threat in an active scenario, meaning school is in session, and then we're getting reports that something is occurring right now, that is going to trigger an all-call response.
Okay. And so in this scenario, just so I'm clear, the response to WISE was because a call was made within the school and that triggered an all-call response. 2 calls were made from within the school and that triggered an all-call response.
That's correct.
And the all-call response, what does that look like?
So the county essentially gets hot toned, a special tone or alert, and then it broadcasts that, hey, we have an active shooter scenario at this location, all available units, and then so everybody goes. Everybody who's available responds to that. So at WISE, what you had was, I witnessed it myself because I came to the school as well. So literally cars from every county. We had EMS, fire, right? Fire staged. That's all of the protocol. We have a unified command where we work with FD in all of our ambulance services so that we're able to triage. We respond as if, prepared for whatever the eventuality there may be.
And when do you determine, you come in, I heard you say earlier that you determine, you come in and you could take control of the building, or so I heard that being said. When do you determine that there is no threat anymore and that control is relinquished back over to the district?
After we clear the school.
After the school is cleared.
After the school is cleared. So once we get that call, we have to be 100% certain. So we're going to go through all of the grounds, of that particular structure, that building, those school grounds, and we're going to clear everything. And once it's cleared, then we will return it back to the school.
Thank you. Other board questions? Yes, Trustee Goodrich.
More of a statement than a question. I'm glad to hear the discussion around improving communication. And I appreciate the complexities of some of the situations we've been through. I know that we've been working on making sure that we have updated parent information through PowerSchool and making sure that we have that. Basically, I'm hoping we can get to a place where we have redundancies in the system, because I know that for many reasons, we get a lot of communication out to our families through the buildings and through the teachers. And naturally, in a situation like this, we want our building administrators and our teachers focused on the kids and on the emerging situation. And as much as it is possible to do sharing between the police department and central administration, I think this is a great opportunity to make sure we have systems in place so that we can push out information when there is a lockdown to the affected families from someone who's not the building administrator dealing with it on the ground, and to also share out at scale the all clear when the situation has resolved, so that parents know, and when we have that information, know what the best thing to do is. I know I was wrestling with whether to be at that building when all of the police cars were descending, and what as a parent we were meant to do, because understandably we had limited information.
Yeah, and the best thing is to not be. I even had the protocol. We've been going back and forth through our CSTAG training, through the anonymous threat response guide, through everything we've had. If we are in those spaces, we are in the way of the police. And so they have to be able to get into those spaces. And again, we think we know, even until the debrief and I'm getting even more information afterwards. We don't know. I thought I had been talking to people from their department. And the reason why I can't make those calls and you have to be in the building is because I didn't know what was happening in the building. You cannot make those calls from central office. You have to be in the building. Because even when they were in the building at the high school, we were over here and we didn't know what was happening in the high school. And I'm a few feet away. You have to be only in the building to make, that's why it has to be someone from the BN team. You cannot be outside the building and make any call outside to parents. Because I was given, even from trying to be on the phone, not proper information. And so you have to be the person in the building to send out those messages. And so that's why we said somebody from the BN team from the building to send out the message. And so that was kind of the debrief, was somebody from the building to send out the message so that it's the most accurate, because you want the most accurate information, because from here or from anywhere outside, it's not as accurate. So somebody from their BN, because every building has a climate and culture coach, instructional coach, somebody from that team is trained. And so that was where the teams have all met afterwards and debriefed, looked over their emergency operations plan. After we all met, we met with the police chief, somebody from sheriff's office, somebody from EMU's team, went back over the CSTAC team, went over the threat guidance and said, okay, you've got to be a part of that crisis team to be able to make the decision. Because if you're not on site, it's too many, you've got to make those split on that decision to give the most accurate information. And so that's why somebody from there to get that information right there, to get it out so that people can make those good information as quickly as possible.
So that person can't be empowered to communicate to a single individual who then does the more complicated task of communicating out to families
They
from
have
there.
access to the Power School too. Because they're the only ones who have access as well to that building's list, as you said, to the most accurate list. So we want them to get it, as you said, to get it quickly. They have that most accurate list.
Okay. And there's barriers to getting that list shared at scale within the
For
district.
reasons, yes. Yep.
Trustee
You wanted
Gaines,
to ask, right?
Trustee Gaisley.
Thanks. I'm gonna probably address that point a little bit more. Just like many of you on the board know, I was in the building during the lockdown at Wise as one of the parents who was standing there picking kids up as they did the soft lockdown. I think there's a couple places where that communication went. One is that from what I understand, it should have been a soft lockdown because their threat was not immediate and it was communicated as a hard lockdown.
Yes.
That was what the people in the building understood. And I would say actually that from what I saw, the building responded admirably. They responded perfectly to what they had understood to be a hard lockdown. Now, yes, that was a miscommunication, but under the information that they had, they did exactly what they needed to do. As someone who was in the building, I was getting information over the PA. I found out that it was not in the building, it was a threat from outside. Those sorts of key pieces of information that the people who were on the outside were not getting. I think one of the biggest pieces, to this discussion that was just happening, I would really strongly agree. I know that within our general protocols for communication, the principal is primarily tasked with that communication to our parents. And I understand there are barriers with FERPA and some other things. We need to have a way to do this, whether it's an email list, whether it's, a secondary form of communication. There has to be a designated individual in addition to the principal. I would say 2, in case someone's sick that day. But those people also really need to be signed up for all the communications as if they are a parent. So if they know that this principal didn't send out the communication, they know as a parent that they haven't gotten the remind message that says, there's a lockdown, please don't come to the school to pick up your student until you get the all clear.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't need to be a whole letter, like it needs to be
I
one
just
sentence.
said someone from the BN inside the building.
So
the
I,
building
I would,
network.
I would make that redundant outside and inside. But with the people in the building being primary, but really making sure that someone is on whatever they don't see. And I don't think that person can be the principal because the principal is the one who's communicating with law
Absolutely.
enforcement. So
Yeah.
I just think if there's, if there's one thing that we've learned, that parent communication needs to happen immediately, and we need to have very specific people who are responsible for it. Estabrook, just by happenstance, the principal happened to be in Florida that day. And so those families got better communication because the principal was able to focus on that. So I think that those two pieces of the communication, and I think the second thing that I you know, I don't know what the solution is, on the second part of this, which is that there was a shooter in this community on that day, from what I understand. Now, not anywhere near the school, right?
Right.
Over in MacArthur.
Right.
But I just really want to acknowledge that, like, this was not a complete, you know, it's not a fluke, right? This is a problem of violence in our community. And many of the students, in fact, some of the students that I was in a room with had heard that. I don't know how, I don't know what text message they got. But they had heard that that was where the shooter was, and they were really worried for their families. And they were very worried for their own community. So I just also want to lift up the fact that, like, in addition to the, you know, the very real communication protocols and pieces that we need to make sure our schools are safe, the best way to keep our schools safe is to also keep our community safe. And so, you know, I really appreciate your partnership, on that, Chief Moore, and I know that it's something this board is deeply committed to.
Thank you. I appreciate those words, and you're absolutely correct. It wasn't a complete fluke. There was a shooting incident, substantial,
Right.
that required a significant police response.
Mhm.
It just wasn't near that particular school, so there was a little bit lost in translation. But also, and I'll say, if there's a silver lining to any of this, it showed what the actual response would look like. And so that gave me, as an administrator and chief of police, an opportunity to really evaluate this countywide response and what that's going to look like. And if there are gaps, let's fix them in event, you know, so hopefully we never have to do this for real, but there are lessons to be learned, and you're absolutely correct. So thank you.
Madam President,
I just have one last question.
Mhm.
So, back to the communication. Has there been any, so you mentioned something about you all have your own countywide communication between law enforcement. In light of, you know, the shootings we've had in schools, even in Michigan and Oxford, has there been a further discussion to have a countywide communication network or system or text similar to what you receive at the colleges if there's an active shooter for the actual schools in the county? Because I think that probably would help, because then you have someone who is trained to properly communicate a situation to help parents and families versus it 100% being on the school. Because law enforcement communicates differently than if said, well, I have that training trained to say specific facts, but it's different if someone is not trained, gives out factual information, tries to give out factual information versus someone from law enforcement. And I just think a text-wide system for all school districts in the county, it would probably be more effective than saying, okay, this district got to have this system, this district got to have that system, versus a county-wide system that all districts are a part of.
So, you know, it's ironic, you know, we're talking about this. I mean, literally, today, they're gone now, but we're getting our radio systems updated to include more mutual aid channels so that we can communicate interagency better for agencies that are not, you know, on our frequency in the event of, you know, catastrophes and incidents like this. And so those channels are being literally updated, you know, today. They've been at, you know, my department all day changing the radios. I do think for this application with parents and in the, school district and that whatnot, texting or that type of platform, there are some platforms out there that will make it easy to mass communicate. One of the things that we utilize in public safety is reverse 911. Now, but of course, that wouldn't just isolate students. We're able to isolate just areas. So in other words, we'll say 3 blocks around the school. They will all, we can reverse 911 and tell people to stay, shelter in place and those type of things. So there are options. I think we have to continue to work, through what's the best option for our school system and public safety, and so that information can really be transferred. So I don't have a complete answer, but we are doing talking and trying to see what's the best option and how we can make that happen. Cinder, yep, same thing. Mhm.
You have to be a little bit broader for us because we have parents with kids in one.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's gonna have to be a little bit broader in that sense, but something along the lines of that. And because you have parents panicking, people riding by, you see all this stuff that's going on.
Absolutely.
And they can't get access. And then you got kids who got their phones and they're texting their parents.
That's true.
So we connect with it now, because we've all said it, but communication is definitely key. And it should be like on the top of what we try to figure out for this, because we gotta get a better handle. No, we can't avoid it, because it's gonna happen. We don't know if it's fake or real. We really want to be
Right.
practical. That's why I understand that. But we still gotta have to figure out a way that when we know, because sometimes you kind of know if it's really a real thing or not. You know what I mean? You kind of know that, but you just have to bring that down a little bit, so the parents are not wondering what's going on. Are they okay? Whatever that may look like. I'm not sure. And I know you guys have your average drills and things like that. What do we have with the kids? What do we do within the schools? I'm asking, never been on that side, but you guys run that kind of thing. So that kind of helps them a little bit as well to be prepared, understanding that.
Yes, we do our drills. There's required drills that we have. We're doing some training. We have Thank You coming up, Alice training even for our community October 22nd here in our district. But we have required training for our families. We try not to do Alice specifically here for our students, but we have the drills, and that's why I know you said our teachers never feel prepared for when they come in for an actual event, because it's just to see law enforcement officers with uniforms on. You're never ready for any scenario like that. It is just so traumatic for students and for families, and but to try to at least give them the trainings, and we do our safe schools modules, but again, nothing like an actual event is going to prepare any student or teachers even. But we continue to go through drills and continue to talk, continue to update our EOPs and review. But we do have an upcoming Alice training for not only our staff, but our community. We're going to offer that October 22nd. I'll be talking about that later on today. Because we have to just keep offering it. I know before the pandemic, it was just offered all the time, and then we kind of have waited a little bit. They've retooled the training because it's powerful, but we have to just keep doing it. Unfortunately, the way the world is today. And I do appreciate you guys sending out information, because what happens is they're investigating, and a lot of times the parents say, well, what do you know? There are a lot of these things now, as they've been seeing on the news, they're now becoming police investigations afterwards, because they're asking who's doing what. So all we know is that they came in, they're investigating, and I don't have the information. It's a police investigation. So they came in, and
we're working.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Can you help me, Chief, with that information? Because they think I'm withholding information from the parents. And so what can you share with, because I know you came in, you're investigating, and then I think they feel like we're not being transparent when the police are coming in.
One of the things that, that also was a bit of an impediment in this particular case, and it will be for, you know, quite frankly, in future cases, because we're having multiple jurisdictions respond. So now we're having, you know, we're trying to gather information from multiple agencies, right? So we're looking at body worn camera from the county, we're looking at body worn camera from EMU, we're looking at body worn camera from Ypsi City, we're looking at body worn camera from any of the other entities that arrived on scene, right? Because we're trying to see, okay, did it work like it's supposed to? Did they, you know, complete the steps? Because there's more steps. Did they complete the steps while inside, you know, the school? So those are all of the different pieces. And so it takes manpower to look through, you know, all of those videos. So it's, you know, it's not immediate. And then, you know, different agencies have different capabilities, but we're trying to improve on all of those fronts so that information, you know, is much quicker. And we are going to talk, you know, continue to have dialogue about, you know, how do we work that information where it can be a little bit more instantaneous, just for information to the parents. Come, don't come, here's what happens, you know, those type of communications. So we're working on that.
Other board questions or comments? Chief Moore, I just want to thank you for taking the time to be here to explain the protocol from law enforcement side. I appreciated that you said intervention that's quick and decisive saves lives. I am thankful that our children in this community are safe. It is unfortunate that we had an actual shooting situation, but I am glad that no one was hurt and those folks are safe. And I also recognize the questions, the concerns, and the opportunities to learn from and think about what we might do differently, and also know that this is not going to be solved tonight. So I appreciate you taking the time to be with us, to share information, to educate us so that we are aware that when there is a call, it triggers a particular response, and that response looks like decisive action because your goal is to make sure students, staff, parents, anyone in the buildings are safe. So thank you for being here tonight. Feel free to hang around if you'd like. But we really appreciate the time that you took. I know you're a busy person. So thank you for all you do for our community to help to keep us safe.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, that takes us to our public comments for this evening. And before I call up the community members who would like to address the board, I would like to read the public comment protocol, which is as follows. Pursuant to Board of Education Policy 0167.3, the board recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of allowing members of the public to express their views. Please limit statements to 3 minutes in duration. Participants shall direct all comments to the board and not to staff or other participants. No person may address or question board members individually. All remarks shall be made in a respectful and professional manner. Is it Jeremy? Please come up to address the board, Jeremy.
Thank you all for having me. And just like to remind everybody that you all who sit here before me are here for, of, and by the people. And what brings me here tonight is last July, riding home on my bike from the grocery store in Dexter, where I used to live, out in front of the Avalon Housing Project that they built, you know, out in Dexter, just newly opened a couple years ago. A black 4-door sedan pulled out of it, made a right. The back window opened up, a head and a hand came out of it with a bottle, water bottle in it. Proceeded to throw the water bottle and hit me while riding my bike. I already have a broken neck. If I were to fall or anything, it would have been really horrible. And after that incident, I told myself, I just can't sit here and be quiet. I need to go out and start these meetings and start seeing what's going on. So I started going to the city council meetings in Dexter and let them know what was really going on over in that neck of the woods over by Walkabout Creek. And that gave me the courage to overcome what people would call this fear of actually talking. And what I'm going to ask you is there's a lot of stigmatism and fear about it. You all have a Black Lives Matter flag flying on the public school pole. It's a nonprofit political organization. It should have nothing to do with the school at all. You take public funds. So I'm asking that two of you have the courage to overcome the fear, to have any and all this curriculum or anything related to Black Lives Matter removed from the school. To have the courage to make a motion and have one second it. If you don't have that, I'm going to actually have the courage to ask you, if you don't have the courage to take down the flag and anything related to it, put up the 10 Commandments in the school. Because you allow, by putting up that flag and allowing the nonprofit organization, political organization within the schools, that means you allow any organization within the schools. I know all you're thinking, wanting whatever you want. I have the courage to come up here and say it. All right, and I don't have the fear of anyone. Before you want to start calling me names, look at yourself in the mirror and start calling those names, because that's who you're calling them to. It's not right to have that flag flying on a public pole paid by public tax dollars. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Next, we have Heather Martin.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay.
Is it on?
Yeah. I want to ground this comment in gratitude for each and every one of you and your dedication to the school district and families and community. And it's certainly a big job. And I'm coming here centered in gratitude and in joy for all the amazing things that Ypsi Community Schools offers. Children and families. My son is a second grader at Wise, a very eager second grader. And I appreciate you taking the situation that happened on September 13th very seriously. And I'm coming here to talk about part of my experience as a parent who was locked in the building during what was announced as an active shooter crisis. I want to be clear that the intercom announcement that happened at Ypsilanti International Elementary School was an intercom announcement that stated there is an active shooter. All parents and children go inside the building. There is an active shooter. So I want to make that very clear, because what happened and proceeded over the course of the next nearly 52 minutes was a true crisis response. And so I know that Police Chief Moore had a lot to say about communication and discernment, but I need to speak from a first-person perspective about what happened. So I was ushered into the building at pickup. My son's classroom door was locked. I could not access him. I was ushered down 4 classrooms to what I then later learned was a 3rd grade classroom. The announcements over the intercom continued to escalate over the course of the next 20 minutes. So the first announcement was that there was an active shooter. There was no statement of precautionary or soft lockdown to the people in that building. Then there was an announcement that students needed to go in corners, under cabinets, away from doors and windows, and that doors and windows needed to be closed. And adults were told that we needed to identify objects as weapons. This came for all students, all teachers. This was announced on the intercom. Naturally, students began to panic and experience deep fear. I run a healing-centered organization that I have 15 years of trauma-informed experience that I was able to employ in the classroom that I was in, where we did somatic body calming practices, where I answered questions directly. That was not the experience in every classroom. My son's classroom experience that he was told that if any of the students in that classroom made noise or cried or expressed, that they would be sent to the principal's office. In a kindergarten classroom, they were told that if they cried, made noise, that the bad guy would come and find them. This is not only an issue of safety in the logistical sense. This is an issue of the emotional safety of the experiences of our parents and children and teachers. What happened during this lockdown was students crying, students throwing up, a student near me crawled into the fetal position and passed out because the intercom announcements were not in any way tied to a precautionary narrative at all. No one knew it was precautionary until we were 45 minutes locked in that building. The police arrived to clear the building, and the communication that happened disparately in that building, not only between your district buildings, but in the building of this traumatic event, which it was because it was sensory experienced as life-threatening. They cleared the building. There was an announcement that everyone could go home and be released to their parents. There was no protocol for how that release happened. Kids were running into the hallway. Parents were rushing into the door. People were crying, throwing up. It was one of the scariest experiences of my life. And the perception in those circumstances is a real experience, regardless of the actual threat. And the reason that parents would have been calling 911 during this circumstance is because the communication we received was that the active shooter was present, and the parents who were hiding under the dashes of their cars, arriving, kids running, hiding under benches in the parking or in the Prospect Park just next door because they didn't make it inside the doors in time. We're hearing the same announcements we were inside the building, but not seeing police present to address it. So the communication breakdown did not only happen between police, which arguably I would hope with their resource and capability, they could be discerning of a shooting threat in MacArthur Boulevard, which on your sign here, it says understanding and using data. I work with so many young people and families in MacArthur, and shootings there, unfortunately, per capita, are happening every week, if not every day. There is a dramatic percentage of violence just 3 miles away. but the understanding that young people who were involved, adolescents, young adults who were involved in a shooting 3 miles from Wise School, where the public library, the Superior Township Public Library, was not alerted of this circumstance, did not go into lockdown, despite their proximity closer by 1.5 miles. And the assumption was that this adolescent or young adult had a motive to run 5-minute miles toward a school to shoot it was not an accurate assessment of a threat. And what happened in that school was so deeply traumatic that we have a lot of kids to pour into. And I'm not here only naming the problem. I'm here and prepared to be a big part of the solution, and I will offer all my skills and talents and everything I know about trauma and the practices that can help heal these kids. I am here to be a part of that solution. But this is a communication breakdown that has now resulted in a consequential culture change at the school, where now threats happen in schools. And I want to tell you something, these young people, I don't know about you all, I have to turn off the morning news in my house because my 2nd grader can't see it. Because there is so much violence happening right now in this world, and it is so available to our young people. This is the reflection, these threats, these trying to understand developmentally what this all means for their young minds and their lives. To express threat, to talk about guns, to talk about violence is a developmentally natural thing to do. And it can't be surveilled or monitored or police presenced out of young people. It needs to be expressed, talked about, held, inquired about, and try to gain some understanding. And so, sorry. So all we have is now. And the response now of the school board and the district needs to be a dramatic and transparent statement of how things will go so differently. Because at WISE, we didn't get any remind communication. We got your very nice letter on that Friday evening, which was also somewhat neutral given the information you didn't have at the time from what I'm hearing, right? And I feel the district, and I feel the board perhaps, and maybe all of these stakeholders, I feel this fear that you'll somehow be in big trouble, you know, that will protect liability or lawsuit or whatever it may be. And I have to tell you that I think it will be a very important task for us to talk transparently and to gather as a community of folks who went through a lot together. I mean, truly, it's, as a parent, this is one of your nightmares. I went into that school with a lot of bravery, and to find a locked door that my son was behind, and then to hear an active threat without being able to get to him. These are the nightmares that mothers have. And I had the unfortunate experience of living it, but also the fortunate experience of being here to tell you about it so that we can do better together. And since this incident, my son's classroom teacher, who just started at WISE, has quit with 3 days notice. There is a deep culture shift in the support of staff and teachers in this school because of how this incident was handled. And I'm really disappointed to see that. And there is nothing in Alice protocol, nothing in rapid response, nothing in decisiveness and quick movement that translates into education. And that's why these partnerships matter. The police department will have their perspective and intervention, but I can promise you that the police department is not your only partner in safety. Our community is abundant in resources and experts in child development, in healing, in clinical intervention, and support group sessions. Those will also be your partners in safety. And I volunteer first to be a part of a parent team to help make sure this never happens again, and a communication plan that allows developmentally appropriate communication for kids during a traumatic event and a crisis, developmentally appropriate response and conversation. And I am afraid that I have broken one of your rules by going over time. But please know I am grateful for you. And these are problems that we never imagined, but we've been able to do unimaginable things together. And I'm so looking forward to healing this very terrible incident and ensuring that that the police is not the only folks who's a part of the safety. So thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Next, we have Eric. Next, we have Eric Nicholson.
Good evening, all. Thanks for having me. And I don't have a lot to add to what she just said, but I'm also a parent of WISE, a student at WISE, a kindergartner. I'm a parent of two WISE alumni. I had a bit of a different perspective. I was on the outside. I got a call from my wife, who'd gotten a call from someone inside the school. Similar to what Heather said, there was the communication was there was an active shooter. Things were not okay. So I went to the school to figure out what was going on, and I was with the many parents outside trying to without any information about what was going on inside. And so I think a couple of things from my perspective need to happen that haven't happened. One is a full and transparent explanation of what happened, a timeline of what communications were given from the police to the district, what communications were given from the district to individual campuses, what I just heard Heather say about what was said in the school. That is the fullest explanation of what happened inside the school that I've received. It's been a month. I don't understand why there hasn't been a fulsome and transparent explanation of what happened. I think that's an important and necessary first step to identifying what happened and then correcting it. And then the second thing, which echoes what a lot of you have said, is that the communications with parents were woefully inadequate. The first I remember getting an explanation of any sort of explanation was 24 hours later when Dr. Sharif sent out an email or a letter to parents that did, frankly, a very poor job of explaining what happened. It came off as defensive. I read that letter and I still had no idea of what happened. Again, here we are almost a month later, and I feel like we're still piecing together what happened through kind of hearsay. And so I would ask you as the school board to demand that the school district give us a full, clear, and transparent explanation of what happened so that we can address the issues and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Deborah Stevens.
Good evening. I failed retirement, so I came back. So I'm back at board meetings and also in the district, but working half-time. And what I wanted to tell you is I've noticed some changes in the district and not all for good. But one of the big things is obviously we need lots more support at the schools. So I've been between Estabrook and Perry, and one of the problems is we need more pairs. I know there's a new contract we're gonna sign, but it's not gonna be enough. I've been in my fun time retirement working as a cook and making $17 an hour just to start. So like they have to go up a lot more to get people to go into it. And also I think that you need to know that you need more than just special education paras. We need like teacher assistants in all those classrooms. There's so many kids. These are pandemic babies coming in and it's incredible. And so I try to help wherever I can, but I have a new function. I'm doing early intervention, but I just thought if you go into the classrooms, just go see what's going on in some of the buildings though. And people are doing their best, but we need a lot more help and we need a lot more money allotted, but maybe just to think about, you know, there needs to be more support in the classrooms, not just special ed paras that are doing it when they're supposed to be targeting special ed kids, but extra adults in there to help all kids that are going through lots of trauma. So that's it. I'll be back lots more now.
Thank you. Laveda Weathers, would you like to? Okay. 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 Okay, thank you. Any other public comment cards or are those all of them? Thank you. Next, that takes us to item 10, which is a request for a closed session. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, Vice President Lee requests for closed session pursuant to Section 8L of the Open Meetings Act to review and consider the content of an application for employment.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Vice President Lee. Is there support for this motion?
Support trustee Townsend.
Thank you. Supported by trustee Townsend. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. The board will convene into closed session at 8:37 p.m. We will leave and go into another room and come back.
For another room.
It's 8:55. The Board of Education is back in open session. At this time, is there a motion to go back into closed session? Mhm.
Move that the Board of Education go into closed session pursuant to section 8H of the Open Meeting Act to consider material exempt for discussion or disclosure by state or federal statute.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Vice President Lee. Is there support for this motion? Supported by Trustee Fields. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Board members, would you like us to go back into the room or stay in this room for the closed session? We have one more closed session after this one. Say again.
Okay.
Okay. What do y'all prefer?
Bring everything that is not in there.
Staying here? Okay. All right. We will. Thank you. A motion has been made by Vice President Lee. Is there support for this motion? Thank you. Vice President Fields, all those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Board of Education is in closed session at 9:32 p.m. Okay. Okay, the time is 10:10. The Board of Education is back in open session. The next item on our agenda is the consent agenda. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, I move that the Board of Education approve the 1 September 9, 2024 regular board meeting minutes, 2 personnel matters as per the presented list dated 10/2/24, new hires and resignations.
Thank you. A motion has been made by trustee Goodrich. Is there support for this motion?
Support.
Thank you. Supported by Vice President Lee. All those in favor? Those opposed? Those opposed? That motion carries. Next, that takes us to an item under Human Resources, number 17, the approval of the YCSESPA Collective Bargaining Agreement. Is there a motion at this time?
Approve the presented collective bargaining agreement with the Ypsilanti Community Schools Educational Support Professionals Association, MEA, NEA.
Thank you. A motion has been made by trustee Fields. Is there support for this motion?
Support. This is trustee Gainsley.
Thank you. Supported by trustee Gainsley. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Next, that takes us to potential new hire. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, this is trustee Goodrich. I move that the Board of Education approve the district's employment requests.
Thank you. A motion has been made by trustee Goodrich. Is there support for this motion?
Trustee Fields, I support.
Thank you. Supported by trustee Fields. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. That takes us to our action item under Business and Finance, which is the acceptance of the renewal of the eye observation system. Is there a motion at this time?
Trustee Townsend move that the Board of Education accepts the attached quote for renewing the eye observation systems for the amount of $93,666.63.
Thank you. A motion has been made by trustee Townsend. Is there support for this motion?
Trustee Goodrich, support.
Thank you. Supported by trustee Goodrich. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Next, that takes us to the acceptance of the Eastern Michigan University Writing Project Professional Development. Is there a motion at this time?
Trustee Townsend move that the Board of Education accepts the attached invoice for the EMU writing project for the amount of $31,675.
Thank you. A motion has been made by trustee Townsend. Is there support for this motion?
Trustee Fields, I support.
Thank you. Supported by trustee Fields. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Next, that takes us to the approval for Reveal Math instructional materials for the elementary schools. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, this is trustee Goodrich. I move that the Board of Education approve the additional McGraw-Hill Reveal Math materials for the elementary schools for a purchase amount of $31,734.30.
Thank you. A motion has been made by trustee Goodrich. Is there support for this motion?
Trustee Townsend support.
Thank you. Supported by trustee Townsend. Any discussion on this item, board members? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Next, that takes us to the donations for the YCS event series. Is there a motion at this time?
Trustee Townsend move that the Board of Education accepts donation from 1 Papa Reds for $40,000 worth of backpacks for the Back to School Bash, 2 McDonald's for $2,500, 3 Ypsilanti Housing for $1,000 for the YCS event series.
Thank you. A motion has been made by trustee Townsend. Is there support for this motion?
Support by President Lee.
Thank you. Supported by Vice President Lee. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Thank you to our YCS supporters, for all, yes, that you do to impact the students and this district with these generous donations. Seeing no community members in the building, we do not have any public comments coming before the board. We are at item 20, which is under discussions. Are there any Board of Education subcommittee reports?
I have a quick, Madam President. So trustee Townsend and I attended the WASB legislative breakfast on September 23rd. we talked a lot about the importance of the pipeline and the Grow Your Own programs. And certainly we appreciate all that in our discussions tonight. And the only other thing I just want to celebrate, this happened since then, but I want to celebrate that House Bill 5803 was signed on October 4th, putting more money back into our districts and going back to our teachers with the MIPSers reduction. So that was exciting.
Great. Thank you, trustee Goodrich. Any other subcommittee reports?
I do have one.
Yes, Vice President Lee.
September 26th, the preschool meeting. Mr. Young started that meeting at 4:30. He discussed the process of the meeting. We also voted in a secretary, Miss Lewis. She has a child at Beatty. We also need a chair and a vice chair. He discussed the policy council at the ISD, a parent for that position, and they are offering $20 stipend for that. And also he said that the YCS offering a stipend, but he's not sure of the amount that would be. What else? He said there was 45 students on the wait list for the Head Start program, and that he is also sitting out a survey because we decided, well, he asked what would be a good day and time for a meeting. We got the weekend, we got the mornings, and we got evenings, so he's sending out a survey to parents to see what would be a good time for everybody, and when that survey comes in and he analyzes it and everything, will let us know the time and date for our next meeting, and the meeting was adjourned at 5:30 p.m.
Great. Thank you, Vice President Lee. Any other subcommittee reports at this time?
Just for the Ypsilanti Community Schools Foundation, they recently had their a big event. It was a fundraiser. We have pushed our meeting back. It's usually on a Tuesday, but it was a Wednesday, but it got pushed to Thursday this week. So I'm pretty sure they will provide a final report that we will forward to the board, as well as the superintendent, in regards to the final number received, but I believe it was over 32,000.
That's what I heard.
But which is good. So I do want to just thank them for all of their work that they've been doing. And thank you to the president for being able to do her speech. You did an excellent job. And then I will defer to Maria. We did have the WASB, what is it called? Meeting.
Legislative
Meeting. Maria will give the report on that, but just to remind people about the special education mills renewal that I know the superintendent will talk about probably in her conversation. That is for November 5th. And that is a renewal. It is not a tax increase. So that is the big push for all of the districts right now, just to make sure that we maintain that number. And then Trustee Goodrich can provide any other details from the meeting.
So I gave a very, very brief, I was celebrating the MIPSers reduction, and I think I had to leave before they talked about the special education millage. So thank you for adding that. I meant to ask you if there are any things I had missed. I know that Senator Irwin is also there to talk about the reading bill, and I had to leave right when that discussion started. Yeah, I think between the two of us, we hit the highlights.
Okay.
Thank you, Trustee Townsend and Trustee Goodrich. Any other subcommittee reports?
I don't have a report, but I am waiting to schedule a communications meeting with Lambert, so I'm just waiting.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Fields. Any board comments at this time?
I do have a comment. What was that? That was Saturday night. They had what is that called? The homecoming dance. I had to pick up my grandson. Those kids was beautiful.
Oh.
They were beautiful. It took me back to my days. I was so happy, and they were so well behaved, and it just was so beautiful. It was so nice. So I just wanted to say, I didn't go inside because he didn't want me to, but it was just nice, and they were beautiful.
Aw.
Thank
So I'll piggyback on you. So my grandson went too. He's a freshman. He said he had so much time, but it was too short. He said it was over too fast. And so,
Right.
and then my niece was there, and she said she had fun too, and she just started back like a couple weeks ago. So they both had fun,
Yep.
And then we went to the game. Me and Trustee Townsend.
go
I
to
went
the
to I went to the game. I took pictures. So I sent the link to Dr. Hugan. I sent it so you guys could look, but it was really nice and stuff. I was sad we lost, but it was a good game and it was a nice turnout.
And they played hard.
And they did.
And
They did.
well.
They did. It was a nice game, nice turnout. It was really nice to see a nice group of people, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? But they look good and it was fun. And a nice night too.
He's even planning for next year what he's gonna wear.
Oh.
I said, okay now. I say, Grandma, you gotta take me shopping. I said, okay.
And I do want to add.
That was a lot of
to-
fun.
Shout out to Sarisa Allen and her group for
Oh, yeah, that's
doing the home
Mhm.
alumni tailgate.
Mhm.
Which continues to grow each year. So that is good. And we actually had not a tire, but
Y'all had gear. Y'all had spirit.
Perry.
Yeah, y'all
Perry
did.
for the event. So if you all are interested, you can go to the Grizzly online store, I believe, with Print Giants. They have Stronger Together gear with all of the high schools and stuff on there. So
Nice. Other board comments? I'll just add that the Ypsilanti Community Schools Foundation fundraiser event was beautiful. Kudos to all of those who had a hand in bringing that to fruition. It was a nice time. I know that both Trustee Goodrich and Gaisley, and of course Trustee Townsend were all there. So it was just a beautiful event, and it was an honor to be there. If there are no other board comments, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Zachary Ross for her comments.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, homecoming and Spirit Week was a huge success. Thank you to everyone involved. Trustee Townsend with the whole tailgate beforehand, and the alumni were out there having a great old time, even to the very end of the game. They were out there just celebrating and bringing in the spirit, as they said, that all the way to the very end of the game. Our Grizzlies really pushed through with bringing in all the spirit. And so our audience did a wonderful job supporting our Grizzlies. And so thank you to a wonderful job with our audience, and to the administrators, and to all the athletic department. Even during the week, our manufacturing day was wonderful at WCC. So thank you to that team who took our students to WCC. Great job doing that, and introducing our students to what they can see at WCC. Upcoming soon, look out for the strategic planning dates. October 15th and 16th and 29th and 30th, they're going to be on site, and board members are going to be contacting you to be interviewing you. So know that. And then there's going to be virtual times, November 12th and 13th for everybody. So if they don't pull different groups, it'll be kind of like they did the cognitive review. They'll have small groups on the 15th and 16th and 29th and 30th, specific groups. But the November 12th and 13th, anybody can join in on the virtual. So we'll be sending out flyers and communications. And so those invitations will be coming out. And then, as they said real quickly, November 5th, no matter what people are going to do, just vote. So, right, just vote. Everybody should be participating in that, as well as there is a special education millage renewal that is on the ballot on Tuesday, November 5th. Voters in Washington ISD service area will be asked to vote on whether to renew a 12-year 2.826 mil tax to help fund the cost of special education in our local schools, and that's for everyone. And there's no tax increase. It's just a renewal. So we just ask for people to just look on there for that information.
And thank you. You're welcome. I had one more comment that I forgot about. We have the CUBE conference and MASB conferences coming up later this month. So we will schedule some time to talk about that soon. Any other business, board members? Okay, the time is 10:20.